Pause that. I forgot to change latency again. Damn it. Hello, my critters. That's it. And Inkscape. Hello, my favorite critters. Are we ready for a new goodie? Well, if he dies, freeze him. I got a barbecue. Good day, 3D Jimmy. And your access to Wawa. I try to make a gobbler. You know, actually make one here, you know, like as if it was a Wawa. Just gotta find that right cranberry sauce. This is a pen plotter, which is something interesting. So this is kind of like one of the laser cutters, except that this uses a pen to draw, which I thought was pretty darn neat. Ew, yuck. Pretty good 3D print creator. Well, they probably take that thing that Quaid used on Mars and they stick it up his nose and they grab it and they pull it out. As Felipe said, I want to hear you scream now. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Lime, orange, and ginger sound like a very good combination. Good morning, KKP3D. Don't need that. Nice. It's really hard to go wrong with an Ender 3. I mean, the price is right, the quality is right. You just got to be careful putting it together. No probe up the nose. Hello, Niels. Well, I'm about to go get a whole bunch of gas. Costco has gas for $1.20 a gallon. Yeah, not as good as Kentucky, but good enough for me to start, filling my barrel. I want to try to get 100 gallons, well, 110 gallons, because after I remove the ethanol from it, it'll be about 100. I don't want to keep any more than that on hand because that can get dangerous. But that plus the 100 or so gallons in the tanks of the cars should be enough to supply me with gas for at least 2 years. I'm going to take it, as bad as this horrible situation is, I'm going to take advantage of it to, maximize my benefits for the next couple of years. So 2 years, the only time I'll have to buy gas is they made you take it out yourself. What's that mean? My favorite is something like Capricorn tube or TH3D Tough tube. Basically the same stuff. Wow, that's a lot. Although for Pennsylvania, that's not too bad. Pennsylvania is usually about 20 or 30 cents more than New Jersey. There's an app you can get on your phone called Gas Buddy. Look up the app Gas Buddy, and it will allow you to look around at the different prices of gas in your area. I use Stable, Marine Stable, and I also remove the ethanol from the gas, so there's no phase separation. So the cheapest gas around me is looks like between $1.52 and $1.59. But if I drive into Albuquerque and go to Costco, it's $1.20. And since I have a Costco membership, that works. Who cares? People are nimrods. No big deal. That high in New Jersey? That's weird. New Jersey is usually cheaper than PA. Um, why? Why didn't they remove it? Nice. That's when you bring 4 or 5 gallon jugs with you when you get that 85-cent price. What is Arco? Arco Southwest. Well, actually, it's pretty simple. Ethanol is hygroscopic. The only reason we even use ethanol is because we're a corn country. So, they lobbied to get ethanol simply because it allows them to sell their corn for gas. The ethanol is hygroscopic. That means it loves water. It loves water so much that it will actually pull moisture right out of the atmosphere and draw it in. So it'll actually take water right out of the air. Yeah, I'd be having some serious questions about why I would have to perform a surgical operation on myself. That would kind of freak me out a little bit. But just about I got enough that it pretty much stays in there, and it's nice not to have all that hair in my face. It's all staying back now. It's nice. And a couple years off pigtails. um, so the reason ethanol. Okay, The reason engines are destroyed by ethanol, the reason systems are destroyed by ethanol is not the ethanol directly. It's an indirect result of direct contact with the ethanol. Normally the ethanol is mixed in with the gas and you're fine. But ethanol, as I told you, likes water. It absorbs water. It'll take the water right out of the air. It's like a sponge. And it's like a magnet. It just pulls the water out of the air. That's why your fuel system has to be sealed. If your fuel system isn't sealed, you run the risk of pulling moisture out of the air. Why is that a problem? Well, when you get to a tipping point, a critical point of when you get to a critical point of moisture in the ethanol gasoline, you get what's called phase separation. Phase separation is where the ethanol can no longer remain in solution with the gasoline because it has too much water. It prefers the water over the gasoline. So it replaces the gasoline with water, And when you hit a critical point of replacing the gasoline with water, it separates and becomes two separate liquids. The problem is the ethanol in water is heavier than the gasoline. So when you get phase separation, the ethanol and water fall to the bottom of your tank and the gasoline sits on top. Well, ethanol in water is very corrosive. It destroys everything. It rusts everything out. It just trashes everything. A car engine, probably okay. It'll burp and fart and piss for a little bit until it recycles the gas around, and then it'll run fine. But like your lawnmower, destroys it. Just kills it. Just destroys the carburetor and the float and the bladder, especially in 2-cycle engines where it actually can destroy the engine because it could cause the oil to separate from the gasoline as well. And if you run a 2-cycle engine without oil, yeah, not good. So the way I remove the ethanol is by intentionally invoking phase separation. So I take a gallon, I take a 7-gallon carboy I have outside, and I pour 5 gallons of gas in it, and then I pour 1 gallon of water in the gas. Shake the hell out of it. That's more than enough water to cause immediate phase separation. The way you can test this is pour 1 gallon of gasoline into your barrel and take a Sharpie and put a mark where the 1 gallon is. Now add 4 more gallons of gas. Now add your gallon of water. Well, that line right there is going to form right where you made that Sharpie between the water and the alcohol. And as it phase separates, you'll actually see that line go up. This is actually how you test for ethanol content. You can use a graduated, I have one somewhere. You can use a graduated cylinder and you pour, it's like 9 milliliters of gas and a milliliter of water into the graduated cylinder, and it's got markings, and it'll actually tell you what percentage of ethanol is in your fuel. Wow, you can get ethanol free at Wawa? That's awesome. Yeah, it's also a good way of blowing up. The water's a little safer. So you do is you put the gallon of water into 5 gallons of gas, you shake the living shit out of it, and then you just let it sit for a few hours, 3 or 4 hours. When the gasoline becomes crystal clear, no bubbles, no milkiness, crystal clear, you'll notice that you have a gallon plus 10% of your 5 gallons of liquid at the bottom. That extra 10%, that's the ethanol. So it'll be a half a gallon for a 5-gallon jug of gas. So you'll start off with 5 gallons of gas and 1 gallon of water, and you'll end up with 4.5 gallons of gas and 1.5 gallons of ethanol and water. Then you just siphon off the ethanol and water, and you have left about 86 to 88 octane gas. So if you have a Mercedes or a Jaguar, you probably don't want to do this, since you'll have to add an octane booster. But for your older engines or your simpler engines like what I have, and for your lawnmower and your riding mower and your snow blower and your weed whacker and stuff like that, they love it. It's wonderful. You don't get that bullshit with the ethanol. It'll also last longer. Yeah, but you can't get ethanol-free gas in a lot of places. I love how they say, if you're filling your boat, consult with your manufacturer first, but they give you no option. You can't get ethanol-free gas in a lot of places. Like the only place to get ethanol-free gas here is Holstein Oil, and it costs about $3 more per gallon than regular gas. So what's the point? But for long-term storage, you want to get rid of the ethanol so you don't have phase separation. Because what will happen especially if you're using a metal barrel or a non-alcohol safe plastic barrel. When you get the phase separation, the alcohol will begin to attack your barrel. And now you got 50 gallons of gas all over the place. So I will remove the ethanol and then I'll add Stabil, and you can reliably store stabilized ethanol-free gas for about 2 years, probably longer, but reliably, consistently 2 years. Um, the If you're worried about octane, use mid-grade gas so that when you remove the ethanol, you end up at low-grade gas, regular. But because ethanol is an octane booster. Oh, that's crazy. That makes sense. So that'll allow me to store the gas for a reasonable amount of time at a reasonable cost, because I have to weigh costs. And cat, kitty cats, double cat, double cat. Such a good kitty cat. Yes, you are. Oh, you're getting needed. You're getting loved. But that's what I'm gonna do. I could hold about 110 gallons in the vehicles. So both the minivan and the pickup truck have a larger than 20-gallon tank, about 25 gallons, I would guess, 24-gallon tank. And the bus has a 60-gallon tank. So I will top up all of those vehicles. I might actually manually fill the vehicles with low ethanol gas to reduce the probability of phase separation. Dremels are pretty cool. I like my Dremel. You can get cheaper knockoffs pretty cheap as well. Harbor Freight has a halfway decent one. So, if you're going to really use it hard, then you want to... Yeah, see, $1 more per gallon kills it. Thank you. I might be driving the bus into Albuquerque next week. Gas truck. Well, the problem is storing it. That's the problem. Because there's a guy who has 35-foot or 31-foot pipes for $35 a piece. And I want to get some. I want to build primitive carports to cover my patio and to cover my vehicles to keep them out of the sun. And the sun here is very devastating to materials. It will eventually destroy tires, destroy paint, etc., destroy dashboards. The modern cars have tinted windows, so their interiors will be relatively okay. But I can't afford to buy carports. They're too expensive. So my plan is to put 4x4 posts in the ground and set the posts up around where I want to park the cars. But now I can't just put a tarp over this. I can't just make a carport and put a tarp over top of it because we get high winds here. Still no IPA here at Walmart. My favorite 3D printer is an Ender 2. My favorite current available 3D printer is an Ender 5. So I can't just put a tarp or a canvas cover over top of the cars. We get high winds here. I mean, there's a pretty good chance at some point today we're going to have 30, 40 mile an hour winds, and we get heavier. I mean, to the point where I hear it shake the house. And so we get very high sustained winds. So I can't use a car tent either. It'll just shred it. You ever see an easy up in high winds? That times 10. So I need something more structurally sound. I need to be able to hold that canvas on all edges and hold it taut so that I can survive the winds. Yes, I know about the clear UV film, and I'm actually thinking about doing that. Somebody sent me a text message. Hang on a second. My buddy in Pennsylvania asked me to send him something. Okay, so where did I get that? OHO. There they are. They are still, oh wow, pretty cheap too. 128 bucks are on sale. 119 bucks for the these. What's the difference? Okay. So let's add this to Sean's list. Sean says hi. So the idea was put up 4x4 posts, concreted into the ground, reinforced. And then I need some kind of, like if I wanted to make this into a carport and I had the posts here, here, and here, I need some kind of framework to put over top of this for me to attach the canvas to so that it can sustain high winds and also snow, rain, etc. So this guy has 31-foot pipe for 35 bucks a piece, which is really cheap. Well, I can do that. I can put pipe over top of this and attach it to the 4x4 posts and then run the canvas over top of the pipework. So it'll have a frame underneath of it that can handle these high winds. The problem is it's in Albuquerque, I'm in Edgewood, and he can't deliver. So I need some way of being able to transport 31-foot long pipes safely. So later today, the tape measure is here somewhere. I'm going to see if there's 31 feet of interior floor space inside the bus. And if there is, I'm going to use the bus to go get the pipe. Well, the only IPA I'll buy is the one from Walmart because of $10 a gallon. It's a lot cheaper, $2.50 a quart. But as far as I know, they're still out of stock. Yeah, they're still out of stock. At least my Walmart is out of stock. So just gotta wait. Hello, MV. The best way is either by Patreon or PayPal. Both of those only take the standard roughly 3% that credit card providers cost. If you send it by YouTube, Google takes 30%. That's huge. I use the IPA for cleaning prints. I do not have access to enough IPA for cleaning PBE. But I have like 2 gallons of it, so that's enough for me to do the 3D printing I need. I have not tried that yet. The problem is my bucket is currently filled with 3,500 milliliters of alcohol, so I don't want to waste that. But you know something? I'm going to try pouring that off, and I'm going to try to put some mean green in the wash station and see if that works. What I need is a second bucket with the spinner inside so that I can pre-wash in mean green and then final wash in alcohol. This way I'm not, most of the residue from the resin comes off in the cheap mean green, and then there's less residue suffocating the alcohol mix. So Q5 is working well. That's possible. I mean, it is a cheap mass-produced board. It's possible for it to fail. The issue is the failure rate high, and does the manufacturer stand behind it? If the failure rate is low and the manufacturer stands behind it and replaces it, it's not a big deal. Up here, the quarantine doesn't really make much of a difference because I work from home. And we're rural. We're wide open spaces here. I just realized that my address is visible on this label. It's like, how many times do you have to put my address on the same goddamn package? It's like, come on. Got these yesterday. Big bag of onions. They are not as good as Funyuns, but they're not bad. Not as good as Funyuns, though. Also, a shout out to Shane Ottinger for joining my Patreon. $5 a month. Thank you, buddy. Well, is my email? It is not showing up there, so I gotta log in on the PC. I gotta find it. Hang on. Where is the pen plotter available? Let me check out PayPal first, real quick. No, I don't want One Touch. Go away. There it is. Lawrence sent me $15, and somebody sent me something significant. Why isn't that showing up? That is weird. It says I have a $115 balance, which means somebody sent me $100, but it's not telling me who it came from. Where'd the $100 come from? Is that from you? That's weird. It must be processing or something. Wait, check it out. This is weird. So it says PayPal balance $115. Nothing sensitive is there? No. But when I go to activity, it doesn't show the $100. It shows the 15 from Lawrence. Thank you very much, Lawrence. Whoa, I don't want to show, just in case there's details there, I don't want it to show it. But it's not telling me where the 100 came from. Thank you, David. That's awesome. It's freaking amazing. I'm not sure why it's not showing up, but hell yeah, man. Thank you. That is incredibly generous. It would still have to come up as a transaction. It would show up in the I'm guessing it's just still processing. It's showing me. Oh wait, I just got an email. That's probably it. Yep, there we go. No, that's probably Lawrence's. Yeah, that's Lawrence's. It's still not showing me his. Thank you, David. That is incredibly, incredibly generous. And I know money's tight for a lot of people during this crazy time. Oh, it does come with a little board. Okay. Although it'd be nice if that board was actually attached to the printer. And it includes a marker. A pen, actually. Why don't that come off? Oh man, that didn't want to come off. That looks like a kind of like a G2 knockoff. That looks like a halfway decent pen. Let me switch you guys over to subject cam. There we go. Oh, wrong way. There we go. Now you guys can see what I am taking apart in here. Play nice autofocus. At least it has a decent manual. Okay. Goodie box. Parts bags. Sovol does a very good job. And they source a lot of their stuff from Creality, I believe. They use them as an intermediary for production, I think. Because a lot of their stuff is very similar. But their printer, you guys saw the Sovol printer. It was a very nice unit. Power brick. Look at them licking each other. Oh, that's interesting. They use that hole for packaging. Oh, that's genius. To save a little space on packaging, they have part of it go through the frame here. So they can use a smaller box to ship it. That's actually pretty cool. Oh, I see how that works. So that's going to go on top of there. After I unspool all this. Yep, that's going to go there like that. Very cool. Oh, some good news also. I got first from an incredibly honest person. Okay, I bought a propane tank. I got a third propane tank because I need 2 tanks for the stove and 1 tank for the barbecue. So I got a propane tank for $100 full, which is a great freaking deal because these tanks sell for $80 to $100 empty. Well, he had 2 tanks, so I offered him like $150 for both. And he's like, well, normally I would say yes, but I want to take 1 tank with me. He's moving to Ardmore, Oklahoma. He got a job there. And so I got 1 tank from him, but I took out $150 from the bank and gave him $150, forgetting that I'm only buying 1 tank. He called me like an hour and a half later and said, hey, I think you overpaid me. And he brought the $50 back to me. That's incredibly rare. I mean, that's just so incredibly rare for somebody to do that. 99 out of 100 people would have kept the $50 and never said anything, assuming they even noticed. Some people might not have even noticed, not realize they got extra. But if they did, they probably would have kept it. So for him to bring it back was amazing. That was because that's a lot of money to me. So it was very, 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 very honest of him to do that. And so I got that tank. So I got gas now for the stove. I am just waiting for the regulator to come in to racks so that I can hook up my stove so I can finally stop using a little hot plate. I can have an actual proper stove and oven to use. I also found out that the house has number 2 copper wire going to it, which means, yes, there are some good people, which means the pole can safely provide 100 amps. Well, that's what Mr. 12 gauge is for. But I also got from him a those storage cabinets, the plastic storage cabinets you get. They look like a broom closet kind of thing. Well, he had a metal one that had a roll-up door. So that's now sitting out front. And we'll put the 2 tanks in that and plumb the gas into that so that people don't see 2 tanks sitting in front of the house. Out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. I don't want nobody to get the idea, oh, let's go steal those tanks. Yes, those are standard NEMA 17s, the same thing as on your 3D printer. Oh, interesting. It's a servo, which means this thing is designed to lift up and down. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's very cool. So this thing probably has a plate. Yep, this has a plate that lifts up and down. Oh, that's a spare servo. Okay, this is cool. You guys are going to get a kick out of this. So I was wondering how it was going to do the drawing. How's it going to pick the pen up so that you're not doing etch-a-sketch, basically? Well, this is your pen holder. So this thing here holds your pen. And then this plate is spring-loaded and lifts up and down. Well, there's a servo underneath here. And the servo arm presses the plate up and down to lift the pen off the surface. That's freaking cool. Thank you, Kyle. And my kitties say thank you, too. Say thank you, Ender. You're such a good boy. You like that, huh? Let me move this out of the way so you guys can see him. Actually, I don't even need this. Turn off that one because I'm in the viewfinder. He's a good boy. Yeah. Yeah. He just wants to play with stuff. See, they use the same reader and memory card as Creality uses as well. I think Creality has gotten large enough now that it's actually cheaper, or at least competitive. Yeah, I bet that would smart a little bit. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. That's pretty ingenious to use that little plate right there. What is on the SD card? We do have G-code, and this has an SD card slot. Oh my god! It's one thing I want with my lasers. I want an SD card slot so I don't have to keep it plugged into the computer. Let me get some paper. Paper. Oh yeah, I gotta find out where to get this for you guys. So I forgot to do that before I started. He's a good cat. Except they tore apart another roll of toilet paper last night. My dumbass left the goddamn toilet paper on top of the toilet, and so he tore it apart. Little bastard. All right, here is a link for now. I do not have an affiliate link yet. But there's a link, and it looks like you can buy it from a U.S. warehouse. Oh, you see a cap. Yep, that's it. He sees a cap. Uh-huh. He sees a cap, and he wants that cap now. Come here. Come over here. You're going to leave that cap alone. Yeah, it looks like you can buy it from a U.S. warehouse as well. U.S., Czech, and China. I like the manual. It's a professionally made manual. Okay, I see. And good, there are Inkscape instructions. I was worried about that. Because what I did not know was how to export. Okay, so that's how you do it. You create a path. Okay, very cool. I already did. I 3D printed a giant roll of toilet paper about this big, and it holds 20 rolls of toilet paper. So in theory, it should be possible to do multicolor with this, just by having multiple G-code files. Then you just change out the pen. The trick will be centering the pen each time. What I think I'll probably do is pick a specific set of pens and then 3D print a little cylinder that the pen fits perfectly into, so that I can put the pen in the exact same position each time. I gotta think about that. So this is assembled now. This is not plugged in. There it is, limit switch right there. And the stepper motor right here. There we go. I should be able to slide that in there. Yep. That will stay just fine. Okay. So on the back here, you got to put these 4 thumb screws in to attach it. Is that nice? And then on the back here, you have to attach your stepper and your end stop. And this one is already attached, so that should be fine. I do like the nice little control box. That is just awesome, using the little servo. It's a Metal Gear servo too. That's awesome. Now, the one thing I don't like, and I'm going to have to make my own again, just like I did with the other piece. It's not handy. I made that base for the laser cutter. Here we go. So I'm going to have to make one of these for this, because this is going to, it's probably using the same size piece there. Nope, it's different. But I'll have to make one of these for this. And I won't be able to do that in one piece, because I want the, right now this isn't attached to this. So you kind of have to just sit this in about the right spot. You kind of have to just sit it in about the right spot to use it. And I can see that being a problem if your table is flat. Comes with an extra servo and servo gear heads. Also comes with feet for this portion here. So that feet is going to be for this. Let's stick with what's on here already. Yeah! We'll call it the kitty stream. Yeah, theoretically, you can put anything on this. So control. Go to main, go to prepare. Pen control. Pen down. Yeah, there it goes. Look at that. So pen up and pen down. That's cool. So let's get one in here. So you have a little mount here that can hold many different sizes. Oh, you got to be careful. You will crush the pen. I'm going to want to put a little 3D printed cup on the end of that screw so that it doesn't crush the pen, so it cradles. So right now it's a screw pushing into the side of the pen. I can actually hear it cracking the pen. So instead I'm going to want a little cup on the end of that screw so it cradles the pen like this. That should be pretty easy to 3D print. Okay. I would also want to, this actually is spring loaded, so it should flow to the contour of the paper. I wonder if they drew this with this. I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt that. Let's start off with this piece of paper. Ooh. So that is our 0, 0 position right there. So I need to make a bed this big to encompass the entire unit. Let's do that. Let's do this. There we go. Let's try prints on them. Just go right into it. Initialize TF card. Plot from TF. They even changed the wording to say plot. Let's do Sovol 3D. That's all right. It's been a long time since I used a plotter. In high school, I had AutoCAD and plotters, and I would do all kinds of weird things with plotters. This is Walmart. Every other year they have pastels and neons. This is a neon. Oh crap! I forgot to take this off. I am surprised that's working. There we go. It does have that same stability issue that the other one has when the arm gets out here. See how it tilts? So they need to make this leg longer. Although part of that problem is because my table is not flat. Can I fix that? Nope, not thick enough. Nope. That'll help a little bit right there. No. He wants to go after the keys. He likes keys. You guys could barely see him there, but yeah, he's going after the keys. He wants them keys. Yes, you could use anything. Anything that'll fit in there you could use. Oh, this is going to be fun. I'm going to have fun with this. There is no pen force really. It's the it's gravity and a small spring. So as you can see, actually, that's actually a halfway decent amount of force. That a swiveling pen knife might work. That's more force than I thought. Like I actually have to lift that. A4 is the largest. So there's the Sovol 3D logo. That's pretty darn cool. No, it does not include cutting. It only includes a pen. But someone mentioned that there is swivel blades available that might work with this. And May the 4th is coming up. Oh, I can pin this underneath here, maybe? That might work. A little bit. 150 bucks. So it's actually surprisingly affordable. Mona Lisa? Really? This ought to be interesting. Uh-oh, it's not printing. There we go. By lifting it up, it wasn't touching. Maybe. That might actually be possible. There is a pretty decent amount of downforce on there. I don't know. Does anybody have a link for where to get the swivel knife? Let me add that link to this. To the video for you guys. Here we go. Save. Yeah, I would think you would need to adjust the pathing to make sure the knife can actually swivel. Now, I told it monetization on, and it defaulted to monetization off. Why did it do that? And it won't let me save it. Why? That's weird. Huh. Why is it doing that? Yeah, this definitely needs a secure way of attaching the paper relative to the plate here. Oh, I know what it's doing. It's doing that sine wave conversion thing to give you dithering. Pretty good, Ben. How are you doing? Yeah, you can see the way you have the gradations and shading. That's that waveform conversion they're talking about. Okay, that's pretty cool. There's the circuit board. There we go. Do a pic of Zaftig Lady. What's that? So why won't it let me monetize this video? Hmm. Live stream settings. Monetization. On. There we go. Why won't it save my monetization? It won't let me save it. Oh, I think it did it. Maybe. Yeah, it says it's on now. Oh, I think it worked. Weird. YouTube is weird. So while it's drawing this, I think it's actually drawing a person. So I might actually be doing a drawing of the Mona Lisa. But while we're doing that, let's check out the software. So here's the unit. You get it from a U.S. warehouse. Now, this is Inkscape. So how does this work? Install, run Inkscape. Now how do I zoom in on this? View, zoom, page. There we go. That's a little better. So let's do its first test one. So extensions, render, sphere, wireframe sphere. 19, 24, 35, 40, 100. Apply. There it is. Cool. Then we go to path, object to path. Is it doing something? Why isn't it working? Oh, I'm messing with the path. Okay. So how do I generate G-code from path? They are missing a step. Path. Object to path. They are missing a step here. G-code tools. Path to G-code. Okay, they're missing a step here. Looks like you got to go to extensions, G-code tools, and path to G-code. Maybe not. That's a different window than this. So that's different. It does not tell me how to get there. Group of 12 objects. Click selection to toggle scale rotate. I need to generate a G-code from path. No. A window has to come up and says generate G-code from path, but they kind of forgot to tell us how to do that. Pretty sure it's going to be here under extensions. Generate from path? Nope. Tools is not an option. There's no option for tools. I have G-code tools here. And I have a path to G-code option, but it does not look like this. And that's not a G-code file. Now we're looking for this. Oh, you can't see that. We're looking for that. And it jumps from this to this without telling us how to get there. It is drawing the Mona Lisa. Well, that's kind of cool. But it does not tell me how to do this. Sovol Workshop? Oh, Sovol Workshop, generate G-code from path. There's the window we want. Okay, so Sovol, you got to update your instructions to include how to get to this window. So for everybody else, extensions, Sovol Workshop, generate G-code from path. So it does have the correct commands, yes. It has travel speed set as 3,000 or 4,000. I'm going to leave that load. I can change it to what it is here. 850. Server delay 50, passes 1. So I need to give it a path. There is a path I can use. Paste. sphere. I don't need a numerical suffix. What's live preview? Oh, that's cool. That shows the path it's going to draw. There. I just made G-code to print a sphere. Now, I also want to file new. Why does it always zoom out? Zoom page, import. Because I already downloaded a file that I want to do. I want to do that. Blackbird, baby! So we should be able to go object to path. Extension, Sovol workshop, generate G-code. What's it look like? I don't think that worked. It's not showing me a path. Yes, the Frozen Mini is working very well. So, object to path doesn't work for an image file. And I suspect it's going to try to draw this like like a plotter. So how do you no objects to convert to path in selection? So I can't use object to path. Trace bitmap? Why'd you jump over there? Edge detection? I think it's exactly what it just did. Okay, so trace to bitmap. Now what do I do? Path. I do object to path now? No. So I just did the trace. Yes. It did it. It thickened it. See? I have that. And I did trace. Oh. So trace bitmap. Edge detection. How do I keep it from making it so thick? To watch. It makes it thicker. It is supposed to. There it goes. So it made it thicker. They warned me you'd have to learn the software, but I didn't want to touch it until I was live with you guys, so you guys could see the actual process involved. But see, here's the thing. I did it. I have it. It did something to the image. Oh. 2. Under trace. Trace to bitmap. Set to 2. Object selected. Edge detection. Okay, 652 nodes. Path, 652 nodes in layer. But how come hitting OK doesn't make this go away? I have to close the window. Now can I do object to path? Oh, see, that's a weird path it's drawing. Well, we'll try it. Hey, Ben Stanley. Habu. It's black and white, so there's no background. This is a pen plotter. So it's basically it's kind of like a 3D printer, except that it holds a pen, and it lifts the z-axis is lifting the pen on or off the paper, and then it just draws whatever you program it to draw. So that should mean we now have extra files here. Yes, there's Habu G code. And there's Sphere G code. Okay, so we will put them on the SD card. I haven't done a whole lot with it. I was using my Q5 to make the visors for PPE. So that's what most of my printers have been doing. I've got about 300 of them to mail out. Oh, I was telling you guys before, the guy came out and looked at my wiring for the house, and I do have number 2 copper going to the house, which means he can change the breaker to a 100 amp breaker. It's not the 200 amp service I want, but for 80 bucks, I get a 100 amp service. I'm happy with that. At least I can run more than, 2 or 3 things at once without popping the breaker. Oh, this is moving the paper. Definitely going to need a better way of holding the paper down. Hey, we got some PayPals. Ah, it finally came through. DCS Consulting, 100 bucks. Thank you very, very much. I'm going to put this here to hold this paper flat. Cool. No, I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna put that money to paying bills. It's not pressing that hard. There's just not a whole lot holding the paper. 150 bucks. Let me show you. 150 bucks, shippable from the US. I'm actually excited to try the markers. I got markers to use on this. Where is my bag of markers? There they are. I actually have those acrylic paint pens. So I got all kinds of colors. So I am curious to know if it would actually work. Good quality build too. It uses the same LCD as the Ender 2. Has an SD card slot, so you don't have to keep it tethered to a computer. Thank God, I hate that. The only changes I would make to this machine is I would make that arm longer. So yeah, you can see it right there. This one here, I would make that longer. And I would like to see a maybe optional, you could purchase extra, a baseboard that this machine would fit into, kind of like this, that I made for the laser. So the way this works is I made this for my laser. So it fits right in here like that. It locks right in place. And so now, whatever is inside of, whatever's in, can you see that? Whatever's inside this square is the burn area for the laser. And this way you can position things exactly the same place every time. So I'm going to model something similar for this. So that's going to be my project this weekend. Use Google to search Thingiverse. They've made some pretty big improvements to Thingiverse, and they really are improvements, but the search is still broken. So type in Thingiverse space and then whatever you want to search for on Google, and that'll give you much better results. Oh, absolutely. You could wall mount this. Now I want a big one. I want one like, this big. Specifically so I can put it on the wall and tell it to just go. Mounting the pen would be tricky because you'd have to tilt the pen a little bit so that gravity would keep the ink flowing. Was one of the improvements adding ads? What's that mean? Subject cam, yes. Oh yeah. Well, here's the problem. Okay. How can I show this to you? I have it here somewhere. What did I do with it? Well, anyway, I don't have it handy, but I have a thumb drive. It's here somewhere. I've got a thumb drive that's 512 gigabytes. I copied Thingiverse to that thumb drive. I found torrents to download Thingiverse. Now, I don't have all of it. I only have like the first half of Thingiverse. Half by years, not by size. The first year of Thingiverse was 8 megabytes. The second year of Thingiverse was 12 megabytes. The last year I was able to download was 34 gigabytes. I'm sorry, no, 340 gigabytes. It's freaking huge. Thingiverse is terabytes of space. Worse than that, it's terabytes of bandwidth. Lots and lots of bandwidth as people download from it. Think of it like this. You have a resource. You know that resource is worth a fortune. You know that resource is worth keeping, but it's costing you money to maintain that resource, and you can't make any money from it. So how much do you spend to improve its infrastructure when it's not making you any money? MakerBot isn't a charity. You know, they're a company. They're making money. So the reason Thingiverse took so long to be improved is they had to figure out a way to improve it without costing them so much money. How do they make something from it? No, it's still growing a lot. Just because there's so much there. You know, My Manufactory is going to have a tough time competing with Thingiverse. My Manufactory is very niche, which is nice because it allows you to find some very nice niche items. It also allows you to monetize very easily, which is good for artists. But they're finally starting to figure that out. And one of the things they figured out is to somewhere, I gotta find it. But it's that. The problem is I can't remember what it's called. So MakerBot has to figure out, how do we keep this resource that's costing us a fortune while, not costing us a fortune. Advertisements is a way to do that, and I got no problem with that. A resource like Thingiverse, if they have to put ads on it to keep it going, to keep doors open, do it. Part of the problem with 3D printing is that we're so used to everything being free. And most people well, no shit. Stratasys isn't a hobby market. Stratasys, they didn't want MakerBot to get the hobby market. They wanted MakerBot to kill it. Same thing, Michael. Same problem. But the point is, they've got something hyper valuable and they don't know what to do with it. People say, well, I'll run Thingiverse. Yeah, sure you will. I wouldn't be surprised if it's costing them thousands of dollars a month to run Thingiverse. Well, the reality is, if you become competent with your 3D printer, you can look at a model and go, yeah, that's not going to print. Do you know why most of my prints come out very nice? Why I tend to only show nice prints? I mean, you guys know I show bad prints as well. Why are most of my prints nice prints? Because I mentally vet the print first before I print it. I would hate to see Thingiverse go away. There are things on Thingiverse that do not exist anywhere else. So having Thingiverse go away would really suck. That's why I keep trying to download it, but I can't find valid downloads for any of the newer files. Where is that thumb drive? I want to see how much of Thingiverse I have. Hey, I got my bum gun. So this part here will plug into my line going to the toilet. And there's my bum gun. So I can stop using so much toilet paper. But I just ordered a water heater. I found a little 2-gallon water heater for $100. And with only 2 gallons and 1,500 watts, it should only take a couple of minutes to make that water warm enough not to shock you. So, in fact, I can do the math on that. If I run it for 10 minutes, how much electricity? Let's see. So I pay 18 times 1.5. So it would be 27 cents to run it for 1 hour. I only need to run it for 10 minutes, so divide by 6. So 4.5 cents every time I use it. I can live with that. I'm okay with that. And I think as soon as I can figure out how to duplicate this thread, I should be able to make extensions for this to curve it. Yeah, people complain about Thingiverse until it's not there. Then they'll really complain when they realize that there's thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon tens of hundreds of thousands of files aren't available any longer. I mean, it's a hell of a resource, and it would really suck if that resource went away. And most people don't realize how much it would suck until it happens. So is this filament? No. I cleaned up my desk earlier, but I have a box right here with stuff in it. And I think the thumb drive is in here. Yep, there it is. This is a small piece of Thingiverse. 512 gigabytes right there. That is a very large, very expensive drive. So I have Thingiverse 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Although I think, yeah, 17 is partial. 16 is partial. 14 might be complete. 15 might be complete. So I have up to 2015. To give you an idea, Thingiverse 2008 is 33 megabytes. Thingiverse 2009 is 418 megabytes. And if we jump to Thingiverse 2015, I think it was, 149 gigabytes. And as you can see, each year it's getting exponentially larger. See, it jumped 50% from 14 to 15. And from 13 to 14, it jumped 100%. So it's basically getting 50 gigabytes larger per year. And it's probably accelerating. So 2012, 16 gigabytes. So it went from 16 to 50 to 100 to 150 in those 4 years. Okay? That's a lot. Now, the upload is no big deal. The storage is no big deal. But hundreds of thousands of people downloading these files is a very big deal. 2011, 4 gigabytes. So from 11 to 12, it increased by 400%. Now keep in mind, this is additive. So that's not 50 gigs more than last year. That's 50 gigs plus what was last year on top of last year. So it went from 4 gigabytes to 16 gigabytes. So that's now 20 gigabytes. And so from 2008 to 2015 is 318 gigabytes. That's a lot. No duplicates. The 2015 is just the files that were uploaded in 2015. So you have to add those to all the previous. It's a lot. So the on the internet, space doesn't cost you anything. Upload doesn't cost you anything. It's so small, it's irrelevant. But bandwidth, when you have hundreds of thousands of people hammering that site, well, that's why they didn't update it until now. It's just they're gonna look. They looked at the bill for how much it costs them to keep it running and the profit margin, which is 0, and that's the problem. You're trying to run your Glowforge, but the filter's not working right. You got to vent it outside somehow. I'm going to put a hole right in my wall. You can't. You're renting. But I'm going to put a hole right in my wall right there. And that table that I'm going to mount over here, my table, that's going to be my laser and resin table. And it's going to be an entire enclosed space, and it's going to vent outdoors. So as you can see, Thingiverse is freaking huge. Okay, and think about it. It's probably close to doubling every year. It's more than doubling every year. 2015, 2015 was 318 gigabytes just for 2015. 2014 was 98 gig. I'm sorry, 150 gigabytes was 98 gigabytes. So that's now 250 gigabytes between 14 and 15. Sapphire Pro is a nice printer. Not perfect. Little minor issues here and there, but it's a nice printer. Well, some of his windows are the swivel crank windows. He needs to put that near a smaller window that's a regular window that he can put an insert into with a vent hole. Kind of like a portable air conditioner, the way that works. Oh, the bandwidth is way higher. See, but the storage is the point I'm trying to show you, is that you have more. Actually, a better metric would be number of files. So these should all be compressed files. Yes, these are all zip files. Okay. So the number of files uploaded to Thingiverse in 2014 was 136,800 files. And in 2015, 198,656 files. Okay, now when I say files, I mean things. Okay, so each of those things is multiple files. But 100 or 200,000 things were uploaded in 2015. That means 200,000 times someone clicked create thing and uploaded something to Thingiverse. That's a lot. How many files does My Mini Factory have? Probably not much. So from and to give you a perspective, 2008, 186 files were uploaded to Thingiverse. By 2010, 2,960 things were uploaded to Thingiverse. Just in 2010, not counting 9 and 8. Okay? And by 2012, 16,000 things were uploaded. So you can actually see the progression of adoption of 3D printers by the general public by year here, based on how rapidly it goes from 136 things uploaded to Thingiverse to 200,000 things in 1 year uploaded to Thingiverse. It's freaking huge, and it would be such a loss to this hobby, to this industry to lose a resource the size of Thingiverse. There are so many things there. It's just, well, he rents, so he has to be careful how much he edits things in that house. 3D Jimmy, there is one easy way you could add a vent to the window. To show you guys what he has, let me find a picture. You bastard, go away. So his windows look, I have not seen his windows, but based on his description, he probably has something like this. He might not have an actual bow window, it might be a single window, but the way these windows open is that there's a little pivot arm at the bottom of the window, and you have a little hand crank. And so instead of the window opening like this, the windows open like this. So they open like a door. Isn't that amazing? It's incredible. I believe these are actually numbered. So 2008. Yeah, number 2 is the MakerBot screwdriver. What sucks is number 1 is not available. I would love to have number 1. Also, 4 is missing. 6 is missing. 9, 10, 11, and 12 are missing. 14 and 15 are missing. 19 is missing. So of the first 20, we only have 10. So we're missing 10 of the first 20. But yeah, you went from this many things to each of these folders having this many things. Scrolling, 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 scrolling still. And I'm scrolling fast. Scrolling. We're about halfway through the first folder. Still scrolling. Still scrolling. Still scrolling. Still scrolling. Still scrolling. Still scrolling. There. And I have 14 more folders. It's crazy. There's so much there. But oh, yours don't pivot out, they pivot up. There was a torrent available. Actually, here it is. I think this is it. That's not it. Open with notepad. Maybe not. I don't know what this is. Well, that's an 83 megabyte CSV. I don't know what that is. But anyway, there was torrents available. Somebody was scraping Thingiverse, and there was torrents available. That's why I only have part of 16 and part of 17. And those torrents have dried up, so I can't download them anymore. So I'm stuck with 2015 and backwards, and a little tiny bit of 2016 and 17. Sent me an email with a picture of the window. Oh, that's an even weirder window. Here's the window he's got. But it is as I thought. You can put vents in that window. All right, you see these things here? See these little nubs? You see those little nubs there, 3D Jimmy? Those nubs are to remove your screen. You got the kitty right here. you can remove one of those screens. And then what you do is you take that screen, you put it on top of a piece of plywood, and you cut out a piece of plywood the size of that screen. And then you put a piece of plywood into the window as a screen. All right. If you want to, you can even cut out a window in the top half of the plywood and staple screen material over top of it, so you still have light coming in and out of that window. And then in the bottom portion, so you'd basically create an insert that would fit in where the screen fits, and then you could put a hole in the bottom of there with a fitting to have an exhaust duct to duct those fumes outside. Now you're going to want to have that fitting on both sides, okay? Because you're going to want to have a hose on the outside going down to the ground a couple of feet away from the window. Because otherwise, if the prevailing winds are blowing air into that window, it's just going to blow your fumes right back into the window. So you want to have a hose come off that duct on the outside and run that a few foot down the side of the house, so that when the winds come back, it doesn't blow those fumes back into your window. But yeah, you could easily put a vent on there. You just need a piece of plywood. It'll cost you $20. Just make sure the plywood's about the same thickness as the screen, so measure the thickness. There you go. Any piece of 1/4 inch material. In fact, something that might be better would be it's a little more expensive, but it won't warp and rot and stuff like that. Something that might be better would be corrugated plastic. 2 sheets of it glued together. Then you could it'll let light in. If you get a piece of white one, it'll let light in, but also it's plastic, so it's not going to warp and stuff like that from moisture, because you have a high moisture environment where you are. Yeah, that's not as bad as I thought, though. That's a little easier to work with, because you can replace that. You can replace the screen. Just don't lose the screen. Put it someplace safe. Looking pretty good. We figured out how to use the software to make our own, and we're going to put them on here. No problem. It should not be that hard. If you can talk to your local Lowe's or Home Depot, you might be able to get like a piece of the reason I like the corrugated plastic is you can cut it with hand tools. You can literally manipulate it with. Where's my razor knife? It's gone. A utility. You can cut it with one of these, the corrugated plastic. Very high moisture. Although he's in Miami, so it's not as bad. The humidity's not as bad off the coast as it is in inland. Just gotta worry about the hurricanes. Hi, kitty. How you doing? You're such a good boy. I'm going to have to put stepper dampers on this to quiet this thing up, because this thing can run silent. What this would also be cool with is, well, I guess you don't need this for that, but you're just trading one skill for another skill. You still have to have the skill to manipulate what you want in software. So they're still doing something creative. They're just doing it differently. Like when I get a coloring book, first thing I do is I scan my coloring books so I can reprint them if I want. And there we go. Mona Lisa. That's actually kind of cool. Let's try printing something that we sliced, if you can call it slicing. So that's my Thingiverse. Okay. Desktop. Open. So there is Sphere. And there is Habu. Yeah, not bad at all. It's kind of got a cool look to it that I like. Oh, I guess it would help if I put the card back in, huh? I hope this fits. I forgot to check position. Yes, came with the SD card, came with the reader, came with some pre-sliced G-code for you to play with. I mean, let's be real. As a printer, you can just use your laser printer or your inkjet printer. I know it's really thumping it pretty hard, but I can think of other interesting things to do with it that would be pretty cool. Yeah, that too, because it would be an actual drawing with an actual pen. Oh, that's part of the problem right there. My little wedge came out. I'm gonna have to increase the travel speed. I can make the travel speed much faster. There's grease on the paper there. It didn't draw that little part. It's not drawing this little part either. What's giving? Uh-oh. Pause. It wasn't down far enough. I moved this, which changed the geometry. Cake frosting dispensers. Yeah, that would work too. Holy crap. That's a lot, JC. Oh, really? Wise controlled light bulbs? They're not horribly expensive. I mean, $8 is not cheap for an LED bulb, but it's not horrible either. And looks like $7.50 a pop if you get four. Why does that look blurry? There we go. Where did you find a torrent for all of Thingiverse? Can you send me the link? I try to get them from the dollar store every now and then, but the problem is the ones at the dollar store are very warm, 2700 Kelvin, and I don't like that. I prefer the 3500 to 4000 Kelvin range. I don't want blue light, but I want crisp daylight white. But whenever they do get some daylight white or some of the decorative bulbs I like, I buy a lot. I don't know. I don't think so. Wise, I believe, isn't it a Chinese company? Yeah. Yeah. You're cold? You might be getting sick. So do I. This looks very cool. Yeah, where though? Can somebody post a link to the torrent? That is cool. Yeah, post that torrent link. Let's see here. Oh yeah, that was on here. That is the wrong file. It's printing the Blackbird again. Oh, I know why. Because that link auto-generates the G-code when you open it, and because I had the Blackbird there, it overwrote the sphere. Okay. We'll print something else. I want to print Spirograph. Yeah, glitter pens would be awesome to play with. Okay. Let's get something heavy on here to hold the paper down. I'll post it once he emails it too. Yeah, see, I don't like 2700 Kelvin. And they're all 2700 Kelvin from the dollar store. It's like, it's like yellow light. I don't like it. Can I go faster? Yes, I can. I was waiting for the email. There is no fixed percent layer height or width. It depends on what you're printing and what you've discovered works well for your printer and your print surface. When trying to print minuscule items as a first layer, it is very hard. You need to make sure your surface is clean. It needs to be very precise. Very slow, very hot. Make sure you have a nice purge line. Make sure you use a skirt. You got to make sure that filament stays put. Why haven't I gotten the email yet? Yeah, I see it here, but it didn't get forwarded. Why didn't it forward to Gmail? I wonder if it's filtering it somehow. Here's the link. Yeah, even slower. I usually do my first layer at 20 millimeters per second. No, it wasn't an attachment, it was a link. But for some reason, it got filtered between the main server and the second server. Something decided it wasn't worth forwarding, and that's annoying. Yep, hot bed, hot filament, very slow, and then back off as you go up layers. Wait a minute, I can just use the magnet. Copy. Bring up my torrent software. Where the hell is my torrent software? That's what this is, Spirograph. Stop. File. Add. Torrent. No, how do I add it? Magnet. Do I have to re-download everything? The table of contents alone is probably pretty big. And slow down. Slow, slow, slow. That's the biggest thing you can do is go slow. I think we're going to go off the edge of the paper here. I don't know. No, the first server received it, but it didn't forward it to Gmail. Oh, so it's a completely different file then. I do not have 2 terabytes on here. Is it at least broken up so I can split it? Oh my god, that is big. So what I need to do is to download only one piece at a time. Low, high. I need to download one piece at a time and then tell it not to download that piece. Although, wait a minute, he said a 1.tar is bad. So high, priority, don't download. So I need to download one file at a time. Ooh, it looks like I might stay within the paper. So download the 610 gigabytes, offload it somewhere else, tell it not to download that and tell it to download the other one. It's a lot bigger than that. It looks like 2.tar is 610 gigabytes, 324 gigabytes, 778 gigabytes, and then you have a bunch of small 30 gigabyte files. Yeah. How much space do I have here? Ooh. It hit the end stop. Okay. So computer. I have 314 gigabytes free, which means I can't even download that file. Shit. It can't allocate enough space for that. Wow. No, the email he sent was fine. Just for some reason, oh, it did. It did finally get forwarded. Okay, so it did finally forward to Gmail. I don't know why it was delayed, but yeah, it finally came through. Who's this? View profile. Oh, that guy. Okay. I'm selling both my Weber charcoal grills. I found one that's orange, and I have to have the orange one. So I got to figure out how to clear up 610 gigabytes somehow. I can't. Literally, I can't. I would have to plug in an external hard drive. I have a terabyte secondary, but it's only Oh wait, no, it came through. Shit. I gotta plug in an external hard drive, and I gotta clear off hard drive space. That's not going. I gotta stop it. It's not gonna download. I gotta download the smaller files first. So I have 300. I can download everything except 2.tar and 3.tar. Okay. So let's get these downloading. So priority high, and I'll tell this one not to download. So let's download the 35 gigabyte files since I can deal with those. The point is just to do something fun. What's the point of a 3D printer? Well, the point of this is to do cool stuff like this. That's all. It's just have fun. You can do color. You can put different markers in. You can put different kinds of pens and markers in. In theory, we might be able to put a blade in it. In theory, and then we can cut out vinyl, okay, or create stencils. You could put a resist pen in here and create circuit boards that you can then process. It's just a fun toy. That's all. The person who made the torrent chose very poorly in making single massive files. They should have. Well, it looks like they figured that out. 4 through 9 are 35 gigabytes each. I already did the Mona Lisa. Oh, that's all I got on here for now. Oh, art words. I cannot do 2.tar right now because I don't have a I don't have a monoblock of space, 610 gigabytes in size currently. On my desktop I do, but that's still packed away. I have a 1 terabyte secondary drive on this laptop, but I have to get an external drive, plug into it, and offload the space. It's getting 3.3 megabit per second, which is freaking amazing. Well, the problem is it's difficult to get files that large. It's difficult to handle files that large. It also makes files that large give you a single point of failure. When you have a file that large, if anything happens to that file, you're screwed. Like what happened. 1.tar was bad. That's 324 gigabytes. Gone. Now, are there any seeds? Yes, there are actually a generous number of seeds. And those seeds have good speed, too. Holy shit. Not bad. It's unreliable to go straight to an external. Plus, external hard drives don't like being run continuously. It burns them out quicker because they get hot inside that case. So if you want your external hard drive to last a long time, you copy onto it what you need and you unplug them. You copy off what you need and you unplug them. So I don't like leaving external hard drives permanently, attached. What is the actual size of all the files? Well, I can't afford to duplicate all of my um, I can't afford to duplicate all of my drives because I have quite a lot, over 40 terabytes. I can't afford to buy another 40 terabytes, so I'm very careful to not abuse them because if one drive fails, that's 10, 12 terabytes of data gone. That would suck. Probably is no different nowadays. I'm coming from, 25 years of experience with older hardware. Yeah, I saw that. He posted the updated link to the corrected tar file. In fact, I might as well add it. Hey, that's pretty cool. Very cool. Wait a minute. The one.tar file by itself is 1.8 terabytes? Or you mean the total is 1.8 terabytes? Yeah, you can get 10 terabyte hard drives for less than $200. Yeah, every single one of them is fake. Every single one of them. I tell people, you go on Amazon or Best Buy and you look up what a Samsung, a Kingston, or a SanDisk version of what you want to buy costs. If whatever you're looking at costs less than that, it's fake. A spinner. A spinner is $30 or $40. Not an SSD. 2 terabyte SSD is $200. 2 terabyte thumb drive doesn't exist. Thank God for this pandemic. Comcast is waiving overage limits. Nice. A drive-through strip club. That's nice. Let's force start this just so I can get the talk data. I got burned by that once. This is when the fake cards first started coming out, so nobody knew about them really yet. At least they didn't know a whole lot. And I had a 32 gigabyte card in my Sanyo 720p camcorder, and I recorded my sister's graduation and choir thing. And yeah, my heart just sank when I started playing back the videos, and I noticed the later ones were all question marks. Yeah, that sucked. That really sucked. Okay, it's just the 324 file. Okay, so stop that. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to do some planning to get these things downloaded. Nice. 2 terabyte flash drives don't exist. There's no such thing. I think there might be a 1 terabyte one available now. I think somebody may have actually made one, but I'm not sure about that. I think the biggest is still 512 gigabytes, and that's $80. So that's this drive here. That's the one that I have. I paid more than 80 though, so that's a good deal. So that's that drive right there. But to the best of my knowledge, I don't think there is anything bigger. I'm pretty sure 512 is the biggest. No, here is a 1 terabyte from PNY, and that would be legitimate. It's $200. Woo! Here's a Corsair Voyager for $284. Now here's how you can tell they're fake. This is what a 1 terabyte flash drive costs. This is how much an 8 gigabyte drive costs. Okay? Yeah, we're looking at it right now. There's the PNY 1 terabyte. I'll probably grab one when it drops below 100. Okay? So, real, fake. Real, fake. Okay? Real, fake. How do you tell it's fake? That right there is how you tell it's fake. Okay? It can't be real. Yeah, look at this. $32 for a 2 terabyte flash drive. This is probably like a 4 gigabyte flash drive that's going to die the third time you use it. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. This is not a flash drive. This is a spinner. Okay? So $65. That's a spinner though. That's a portable hard drive. It's a physical hard drive. It's not a flash drive. Kingston has a 2 terabyte. None came up. Oh wow, there it is. Holy shit. Okay, so if your 2 terabyte flash drive costs less than $1,000, it's fake. That's simple. It's fake. Oh my god. Wow. Hey, here's a used one for $974. Jesus Christ, that is insane. Yeah, for $1,000, the least you can do is include a nice little case with it. Jeez. Wow. And the cheapest you're getting a portable 2 terabyte is about $300. Samsung 319, Lacey 319. Yeah, about $300. Now for $100 less, you can get an SSD. So $199, you can buy a Crucial internal SSD. Yeah, exactly. I remember paying $104 per megabyte. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Wow. Incredible. Yeah, if you want to go cheap, it's actually not that much cheaper. USB SSD case. Yeah, it's a little cheaper. You can get a you can buy a $200 SSD, 2 terabyte drive, then for $16 you can toss it inside of one of these cases here. For actually here's one for $11. So for $11 you toss it inside of one of those. That's a USB 3 though. This is USB C. That looks like a USB C port, or is that a yeah, USB C. I'd rather go with the USB C. I don't look up too much tech news anymore. Just not something I'm into. I like the clear case. That's kind of cool. I kind of like that ruggedized case too. Here's a nice little M2 case. I wonder what an M2 cost. Two terabyte M2. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Woo! M2s are a lot more expensive. Holy shit. Oh, not that much more. This one's only $239. Here's a Western Digital Blue for $229. That's not horrible. So can I get a USB-C M2 case? USB-C M2 case. Yes. So here's an aluminum M2 USB-C case for $23. Oh, this one's even cheaper. I actually like that. Oh, this is only $12. I kind of like the ones with the cooling fins on it, though, for helping with cooling. I probably don't have much of that old stuff anymore. A lot of that got left behind in Pennsylvania. Nice. Hey, Knack 3D. This is the guy here who makes that printer I would kill for. He makes that the Squire and the White Knight. I would kill for that. I might get one soon. Creality's making one. So I might be able to afford one soon. Oh man, I want a belt printer so bad. Ooh, that would suck. Firmware issue with the CRX. He can't afford to give me one of those printers. That'd be the same thing as telling him to buy one. You can't do that. I don't know. The Ender 6 SE, the new one they're kickstarting, I have no idea. Yeah, you give me the belt, I'll give you the flashlight, buddy. I got lots of these metal things hanging around. I'll beat you senseless. Yeah. Ah, something weird going on, huh? Let's find another picture to download. So, can I generate a spirograph? I don't care about your errors. Just do as you're told. Well, that's the idea. That's what I do when people send me printers. Well, you guys started seeing that. I started making them public for you guys to see the videos too. I should have done that earlier because now a lot of these printers they come with needing very little work done on them. So, is there a spirograph generator? Where can I get the Inkscape extension? Well, here, this is the version I downloaded. Hang on, I can give you a link. Let's see here. What did I do with it? Oh, it's under sent. I could probably draw one. Hang on. Here we go, right here. This is the download link for the version of Inkscape for this plotter. Let's see here. So there is a spirograph. Inkscape. See extensions. I would like to generate more spirographs. How would I do that? The spirographs are fun. But that's not it. Oh, it's under render? Oh, okay. So we're going to go to render. What was that under again? We go to extensions, render. Extensions, render, spirograph. Live preview. So I can see what it's doing. Oh, cool. Oh, don't want to do that. That's kind of cool, though. Nope. Nope. How do I make it bigger? View, zoom, page. I mean, that is technically a spirograph. So, 100 nodes. Extensions, Sovol workshop, generate G code. It does not say that? So let's call it stop inverting. It's PIRO1 .G code. Properties. Copy. Paste. Apply. Nice. Theoretically, it could do that if you could figure out how to output it. So theoretically, that should be possible. Okay, let's try it. And where is Spyro 1? There we go. Yeah, that's all. Not much of a change. The big change is for people who can't work. That's the big change. Because they're in deep shit. Oh, really? Good for them. We go to the grocery store twice a month. That's it. Otherwise, we try to avoid going out. In theory, Joe, yes, it should be able to draw a autograph. I'm going to make a proper thing for it. Possibly. Let's find out. Yeah, I think we could do that. Let's see. Save image. That's a little rough, though. My own little spirograph. Trying to find a image I could use. The only one I found was pretty low res. I don't know. The trick is always going to be pathing. Is always going to be the trick. Let's get something really interesting. Low res. Yeah, no thank you. To me, that sounds like begging for trouble. fractal line art. Is that high enough resolution? That's low res. That looks pretty high res. Yeah. Save images. Ashley Square. Nope, plenty of ink. Inkscape. Import. Okay, we need to scale this down a bit. And that did not work, but that's okay. That did. Okay. Trace bitmap. Why does it keep jumping over? Why would it jump to my second screen?
I'm Groot.
Good. Make sure you wear a mask. Edge detection. 2. I have no idea. String index out of range. I don't know what that means. Why I want to do this? You would probably have to program those pauses in or use separate G-code files. How do I make this work? There. 3,455 nodes. Okay. It just took a while. Okay, so now that should work. Still gives me an error. And it's not showing me a path. I guess we could try it and see what happens. It's thinking about it. I think it did something. Okay, it's a 280 kilobyte file, so it definitely did something. Let's see what happens. It's drawing something. Stab that paper! Stab it! That was NetFab. That is this site. I haven't found a good line drawing of her yet. No problem. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Matter of fact, let me look that up. Let's see if there's any. See if I can try to find that. Like, how would I find that? Hello, Timothy. Wow, here's a swiveling knife that looks like a pen. It's $8. So apparently that swivels 360 degrees. We can try it. Hey, this is looking pretty cool. You know, for that price, why not? I'll just try it. Worst it could do is not work, right? I'll have it by next Tuesday. Pen lifts would be okay, as long as it well, it's worth the $8 just to see if it works at all. Yuck. So, does it have replacement blades? Their predictions are usually pretty reliable. This one looks like this is a Fiskars. That's a good name brand. I don't see any available blades. Apparently, there are other knives that you can get replacement blades for, but this is good enough for me to find out if it's going to work. I don't want to buy something expensive just to find out it's not going to work. Refine knife holder. That didn't bring up anything. Maybe I have to Google it instead. This is looking cool. Wow. Okay, that's pretty damn cool. That was pretty slick. I might even keep that. Now I want to do another one. Although I am curious. Somehow I think this might not work very well. You'd reverse engineer the G code. Now this is going to be tricky because it's actually paint. So speed is going to be an issue. I'm Groot. Oh! Yep. I just assumed it would home it. Wrong assumption. What the hell? Stop. Why isn't it going out? It's going to destroy the pen. No, I won't. I literally do not have enough life in my life remaining to live on this planet to print everything on Thingiverse. It would literally be impossible. I love funnel cake. Zoom, no, but I can move. Don't tell me you can't focus on that. That's high contrast. pretty cool. No, because the manpower, put it this way, there is not enough years left in my lifespan to slice them. Just to slice them and propagate the files, there's not enough time left in my lifespan. I mean, I got what? If I'm lucky, I got 20 years left. Ah, I clicked the wrong link. Go away. So, if you could hold the t-shirt steady, maybe. This is an acrylic paint pen. Probably not the best thing to use for this. Let's see, 20 years times 365 times 24. That's 175,200 hours. Let's assume I could do. Let's assume I could do 4 an hour. That is now you're gonna have to cut that in half because I have to sleep. So I could do a grand total of 350,400 prints. And that's assuming I kept everything small enough that by the time I finished, 100, the first printer is done and I continuously do them. I'm 43, and I estimate I will live to maybe 65 if I'm lucky. I think 65 is being pretty generous. Let's see here. So that's 350,000. And how many things are on Thingiverse? I could, in theory, if everything worked perfectly and I had somebody to help maintain the printers, I might be able to slice and print 350,000 objects. Just from 2008 to 2015. Yeah. You should be detecting the home stop switches. I wonder why it doesn't detect the switches. There is, just in the first 8 years of Thingiverse, there's 435,000 objects. Yeah. So I would have to do this. I would have to have probably 300 amp service run to the house so that I could actually run 100 printers. I would have to have an assistant to help me with changing filament because I'm going to be spending all of my time literally slicing files. Isn't it amazing? Be careful, man. It could actually burn you. So that worked pretty good. And now I'm curious. Can I use coloring pencils? In theory, coloring pencils should work, but you do have the problem of the pencil shortening for longer drawings. That's why pens work well. Let's see. So let's do a red. Ooh, I don't know what that is, but it's a beautiful color. Fiery rose. Ooh, I like that. I want to do the spirograph in this. Let's do the Sovol logo. It's not touching. I need to push harder because it's a pencil. I don't know how to set it up for a multicolor print. It's actually not pushing hard enough. Alright, so coloring pencils won't work. It's not pushing hard enough. That's too bad. Coloring pencils would have been cool. Exactly, that's what I would do. This is sharpened. Well, it would work until it dull. Remember, it's spring-loaded, so you do have a little bit of play there. I did set it lower, it just pushed up. So it's not able to push the pencil hard enough into the paper. That's why I'm holding it here. I'm forcing the pencil closer, or forcing it harder into the paper. Yeah, you could barely see it. All right, so pencils won't work. Soft pencils might work, but they're also going to wear faster. So you really need markers. Gel pens would be ideal. I'm thinking gel pens would work very well. Okay. Yeah, something that doesn't take too much pressure to function, and something that doesn't I don't need that plugged in. And something that does not change its length. Crayons would work, but same problem. You have to push pretty hard to make a crayon actually crayon. And as that tip wore down, it would stop working. That's because it wobbles. This table's not flat. So that's to stop it from wobbling. It does have a spring action. See? It's actually a pretty strong spring, but not strong enough for a pencil. A pencil actually takes a pretty decent amount of force to make it right. Let's find something interesting. There you go. Go away. You are in my way. You are being annoying. Pretty big. It could fit a pen more than twice the diameter of this. So it could even fit a decent marker. I don't know what Copic is, but like for example, it can't quite fit this and the pen together. Almost. But I could also replace this. This would be pretty easy to replace. Ooh, that's cool looking. Oh, I want to print that. Yeah, this is going to be cool. Okay, so path, trace bitmap, edge 2. Trace starting. That's not what I want. It's making it too dark. It's a pretty big opening. So you can see my finger would fit in there. I got big fingers. Get over the back of the screen. Thank you. All right. How do I trace this without it making it dark? Exactly. It would be pretty easy to 3D print a replacement for that. Relatively easy. Okay. Trace bitmap. I don't. Maybe it's because it's trying to smooth it. That's better. I turned off smoothing and that worked a lot better. Okay. Sovol. Generate G code. Live. It's processing. It's processing. Still processing. All right, Colin. I'll see you later. Thank you for joining in. Yeah, I'm not sure how well that would work. Well, it won't fit. You'd have to make your own custom mount. What do I want to do? Oh, it's done. Not responding. Oh, I think it finished. How big is that file? 493 kilobytes. That's a big file. Yeah, it's the wrong SD card. Ah, it's not in all the way. Output number 2. Ooh, let's home it first. Hey, we got a PayPal. Holy shit, Emery! God damn! I want to cover up the whole name in case she doesn't want her whole name exposed. Holy shit! That's incredible. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Emery. That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. That's a huge wow. A huge thank you. I got goosebumps. Like, I got like legit goosebumps. Holy crap. um, Actually, I'm looking to stock up on meat because meat might get a little scarce pretty soon. A lot of the major meat packing plants in both the U.S. and Canada are not operating right now because of the a lot of their employees are infected, and it's bad. So it might get hard to get affordable meat pretty soon. Holy crap! Well, I definitely get to make steak for Michelle's birthday. I didn't touch a penny of my stimulus check. The moment I got that check, I went click, credit card, pay. Well, I see it. If I can come out of this pandemic debt free, I'll be one step ahead. I'll take it. So it'll be interesting. You can't really get it by food. Your digestive system would kill it. Oh, this is going to look cool. Plus, there's just something about a pen making something versus a printer printing something. Like, this would not look the same out of my inkjet or my laser printer as it would done with a pen. There's just something different about it. You might not even notice the difference until you put the two next to each other and you go, oh yeah, that's handmade, that's printed. You can just tell. See you later, 3D Jimmy. We're going to call it once this is done printing. I can't wait to stick like a 1mm Pilot G2 in here. That's going to make for some nice plotting. Calligraphy would be hard because calligraphy is pressure sensitive and also directional. So you could simulate calligraphy by drawing out the calligraphy shape, but it wouldn't look like calligraphy. Flip. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. There we go. So I'll be stocking up on chicken and hamburger. So it's very easy to cook with, and I know she likes it. I'm trying to stock up on her cheese dogs. She loves those cheese dogs, but they limit you to 2 each time you go. Nothing like that around here. How close is this? Where's the original? There it is. Oh, it is all triangles. Okay. This is going to look cool. It's well, I'll let you see if you guys can figure it out. Cat. The way they curl up and twist about when they sleep, it's funny. Hopefully in the next week or two, I have a new channel I started for the rocketry stuff. I realized I shouldn't mix it with the Life in the Reef stuff. I should make it a separate entity. So I have my domain name Trust in Thrust going to it. Ooh, that sounds good. Hot dogs and cheese and croissants? Oh, I like croissants. No, the reason the meat sections keep emptying out is because we're not eating out anymore. So we're actually using more meat because now we're eating all of our meals at home. We're doing very little eating out because they're all closed. So it's the same thing with toilet paper. People aren't hoarding it. People aren't filling their freezers. They need more because they're not eating out anymore. No, it's not a cat, but it's cool looking. And this is actually not a direct representation of what it's supposed to look like. This is an interpretation by Inkscape. It looks pretty cool. Yes, this should be able to print blueprints just fine. So you should be able to outcode something from AutoCAD that this can understand. Wasp album? Well, I figured Trust and Thrust, like rockets, thrusting, Trust and Thrust. I have a t-shirt with a flying pig on it, and it says, "With sufficient thrust, pigs fly just fine." Now, there's nothing here, so I should be able to get away with keeping a little bit here. Not handy, but I can figure something out. That you need an actual plate to do cloth because you're going to have to stretch and pin down that cloth. Otherwise, the cloth itself will just move. Oop, we're off the paper a little bit. Oh yeah, this little difference here. Western Way Custom Meat Processing. That's less than 10 miles. Probably expensive though. Where'd it go? Oh. They don't have a website. Yeah, something to hold it in place, keep it from scrunching up. Whatever they are, they have no online presence. Would this print on cellophane? It would tear it. Unless you had something soft enough to not tear the cellophane. Oh, that might work if you had the right pen to put in there. I mean, in theory, if you can hold it in place. I don't think it's feathers. I think it's just hair. Yeah, it's not distinctly Native American or anything like that. It's just a basically it's a low poly drawing, but because of the way the Inkscape traced the bitmap, it's actually adding a lot to it that's not in the original, and I kind of like it. It's cool. I know you can't follow the link, but jot down the basics of it for later search. What link? You might be missing a post. I see sorry celluloid, not actual cellophane, and then I see I know you can't follow the link. So it might be showing you that it posted it, but it didn't post it. And I don't know if you were on when I said it earlier, but thank you very much for that incredibly, incredibly generous PayPal. I really appreciate that. I kind of like Inkscape's interpretation of this drawing. It's really neat looking. Yeah, that didn't come through. But I can just search for butcher. Oh, there we go. So, we started off with this. We started off with that. And ended up with that. That's pretty cool. Well, just play it safe. Wear your mask, wash your hands, play it safe. The mortality rate for this virus is very low. It's going to be under 1%. It's probably going to be under 1/2 of 1%. But if you still don't risk it, just wear your mask, wash your hands, all that crap. That is pretty darn cool. I really like how it did that. So let's try that actually. Nice. You should do everything hot. So nothing is showing that shouldn't be showing. Okay. So this is my area here. I live in Edgewood up here. Moriarty's right here. And Albuquerque's right here. So Moriarty is easy to get to. Estancia is actually a little tough. Like, I can't make it to Estancia in the wintertime. But in the summertime, no problem. Make that round trip. So let's look for a butcher. So there's the Western Way inside Moriarty. So it looks like it's that place right there. I don't know what kind of place that is. Yeah, heat both the nozzle and the bed, but don't give it any filament. Actually, it doesn't matter on that printer because it has an attachment that so the nozzle never actually touches the bed, so you don't even have to heat the nozzle, but you should heat the bed. Yeah, it's meat processing, so that's not a butcher. Okay. So here's a meat market, Louisiana meat market. Jerky. What? Carniceria Chihuahua. Aladdin Halal Market. More jerky. More jerky. Another meat market. Gila Monster jerky? Cool. So what is this place? Louisiana Meat Market. It looks like they do not have a website. Oh, it's a grocery store, meat market grocery stores. So this is probably like what was it called? We had places similar to this in Pennsylvania. Um, Usually pretty expensive, better quality usually too. But so that's one place. Is there any indoor shots? Oh, here we go. Wow, that's not whole bad. That's not totally horrible. Oh, Gila Monster. Yes, I know that. Okay. So there's their specials, I guess they run. So 5 pounds of steak, 5 pounds of T-bone steak, 5 pounds of chuck steak, 5 pounds of ground beef carne molida, 3 pounds of barbecue ribs, and 2 pounds of beef fajitas. $4 a pound is not bad. That's actually not bad at all for the kind of prices I see out here. That's actually not bad. I might have to go there. This says the photo was taken July of 2018. So 2 years ago. Yeah. So who knows if they're anywhere near those prices anymore. So what's this place? Okay, this is another meat market. Okay. And this is 1 year ago that picture was taken. Fajita, $3.49 a pound. Whatever Melita is, $3.49 a pound. Yeah, so this is like the kind of places we have in Pennsylvania. Okay. What's it called? Um, I forgot the name of it. I know how to find it though. Let's go back to Pennsylvania. Okay, it is where New Falls Road. Here we go, up here. Right here. It used to be in here. They might not be there anymore. This one. This one. It used to be right on the end here. Okay, it's not there anymore. It used to be right here. This is where I used to work. There was a Radio Shack. I'll show you. That used to be a Radio Shack right there. That's the Radio Shack I used to work at. Not a Radio Shack anymore. Now it's a nail salon, but there used to be a Radio Shack there. How do I get out of this view? That's how. Okay. Okay, where else would it be? Well, I could just look up Butcher here. How do I get rid of this shit? There we go. That's not it. Meat market. It's driving me nuts. I can't remember the name. Are they gone? Are they like out of business? Where else did I see one? Hero, H Mart. They might be out of business. I'm pretty sure it began with an S. Wow. I cannot remember what the hell it was called. Well, I can show you the place I love shopping at. I really miss being able to shop here. Right there. That is my favorite place to food shop in the whole world. If you're anywhere near Bensalem, Pennsylvania, you need to go here. It's just incredible. This is the store. It's just packed with shit. It's just packed with stuff. You get stuff so ridiculously cheap. It's ridiculous. I mean, just oh my god, so cheap. Yeah, this place is evil. They just bring in cases of stuff and they clear it out just for stupidly cheap prices. And you get weird stuff too, like hooves and feet and all kinds of weird shit. What the fuck? Okay. I didn't really care to see their toilet. I didn't know they had one. But that place is amazing. I half the stuff in my freezers came from this place right here. 2,000 miles away. The stuff in my freezer came from there. Rattlesnake. Cool. Rattlesnake is bland. I ate rattlesnake. And it's very, of course it's snake, so it's bony as shit. But it's very, very bland. And it's very light. People say it tastes like chicken. It does not. It just tastes, it feels more like somewhere between dark meat, chicken, and pork. But it's just a very light flavor. It has very little flavor. I cannot believe I can't find the name of that place. That is so weird. There's one of the places. That right there is one of them, but not the one I was thinking of. I very rarely shopped it because it was expensive. I didn't notice too much oiliness. Just, not much there. I wonder if they're out of business and that's why they're not showing up. That is so weird. I guess you can eat them? I don't know. I never bought them. They must be out of business. That's crazy. That kind of sucks. I hate seeing any business go out of business. Yeah, I would notice it too. So it's just I think they're just gone. Right where I showed you is where they were. And I cannot remember the name. Very, very weird. Why is this camera refusing to focus? It's like it's having difficulty realizing it should be focusing on all this very clear, high contrast stuff that should be easy to focus on. But yeah, I'm impressed with this. This is, I mean, it's limited use, but it's cheap and it's fun. And I love the results I'm getting out of it. And it works with the paint pens. Does not work with pencils, sadly. I need to figure out a better way of getting proper Wilson's. That's it. It's not an S. It's W. Wilson's. That's the name of the place. I'm almost certain of it. That caused a spark when you said that. I do like the results I get from my Ender 5. My Ender 5 Plus. I actually plan to put my Hermera on my Ender 5 Plus. Yeah. Let's see. I'm pretty sure it is Wilson's. No, it might not be Wilson's. That doesn't look familiar. But Wilson's, it clicked when you said Wilson's. But I don't think it's Wilson's. I'm not sure. Where the hell is the Google page? How do I keep losing that page? Like, I clicked on a link to get to here. Where the hell's the search results that I just searched for? Like, I did it somewhere. Where did I do it from? Like, there's no back. I can't go back. Why not? See, I was right here. I must have closed the tab. Nah, not Wilson's. They have a blue sign. I'm pretty sure that's not it. Although, see, now that does look like it. That does make me think of it right there. Oh, you guys can't see this. That does make me think of it right there. So maybe it is Wilson's. See, that looks familiar. Yep, it is Wilson's. That's familiar. That's the one that used to be in Levittown. That's the sign they used to have at that place in Levittown I showed you. Right there. Okay, so it is Wilson's. Okay. I guess they just don't exist in Levittown anymore. Weird. Nope. Yeah, I guess they're just out of business. I guess they don't exist in the Pennsylvania area anymore. Would you look at that? Huh. Don't do that. Because this right here used to be a Wilson's. Yeah, and it costs a fortune. And you also have to eat all the fixings, too. You got to eat all the fries and everything that come with it, I believe. Plus, do I look like I need to be eating a 5-pound steak? Plus, I hate the gristle, and I think you're supposed to eat that, too. I don't like the fat and gristle. Ugh. I give all the fat to my sister. She loves it, and I hate it. To me, it's a texture thing. I cannot stand the feeling of that squishy fat in my mouth. Instant turn off. Alrighty, guys. That is it. We're going to call it for the night. It's 3:30. We're almost at 4 o'clock. I want to run by racks and see if they got the regulator for my stove yet. Because I have everything I need now to hook up the stove. I just need the regulator. And I even got a tank of gas. No power switch on this. You have to unplug it. That's kind of annoying. There should be a power switch. But anybody have any questions regarding the little gadget? Or any questions in general? Yum, 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 yum. Yeah, no doubt. Let me see here. So you don't want to see this? Yum, yum, yum. We like pierogies. See you there, Fifi Cat. I caught a picture of the cat trying to jump into the window, the front door. Wacky cat. Alrighty, guys. I will see you all later. Good stream today. Thank you again to those who donated, especially you, Emery. Thank you so much. And DCS, the $100. I mean, holy living crap. I mean, you guys gave me almost $400 today. That's incredible. That is so incredible. And also, welcome to the new critter. Let me go get that name again to make sure I give him credit. Shane Ottinger for joining my Patreon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I will see you guys later. See the No. Well, we're probably going to have pierogies again tonight because I got 3 bags of them, so I like pierogies. I got to figure out a different way to cook them. I cook them in butter, and that's like really bad for you, even though they taste good. So I'm going to try boiling them until they're almost done, and then toss them in a little bit of butter to get the browning. I'm going to make a base for this. I like this enough that I want to do something more with it. So I'm going to design a 3D printed modular base to put this on. I probably cannot make it one piece because it is significantly bigger than even my biggest printer. So we're looking at 300. Yeah, even my CR10 S5 can't make a base big enough for this. So what I might do is let that arm free float, let that arm sit on the floor, and just make a 400 millimeter base as big as I can. But I'll probably have to add an extension because I want to make sure that the platen where you're going to be drawing with the pen is fixed so it can't move. So that when you put your paper down, it stays put. And I got to figure out how I'm going to hold things, how to pin things down and keep them in place. I got to think about that, about how I want to do that. I'm thinking magnets might work. Build some magnets into the platen, some little thin 1 millimeter magnets, and just put a couple magnets down on the corners to just to hold the paper in place better. That might work. So we shall see. You guys have a great night. Thank you once again for an absolutely fantastic stream. I will see you in a video this weekend and on next week's stream. So stay tuned. I should be getting, it might take a while because of the shipping delays and whatnot, but I should be getting that new S6, that 6SE, that CR6SE printer that Creality is working on. I should be getting that. So hopefully we will see that soon. You guys have a great day.